Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Fort Erie Racetrack for our special Father's Day card. Crowd is starting to fill in early. The weather is beautiful. It is sure to be a great day here. Currently 20 degrees Celsius, 69 degrees Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy. The main track is fast and the turf is good. The rail is out 6 feet. The wind is very slight right now, almost a non-factor. 34 minutes to first post. Check out our website, fortierieracing.com, for info about everything Fort Erie Racetrack, our special events, live streaming of the races, and all of our race replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back next week, Monday and Tuesday. First post will be 4:30. Take note, there is no Monday and Tuesday racing this week. And it is Father's Day, a special event Sunday here at Fort Erie. We have vendors, the farmers market, and food trucks on site. No racing next week, or this week, Monday, Tuesday. The Free Summer Concert Series is back this summer. Our next concert will be Tuesday, June the 27th, featuring The Trip. Our full concert schedule is on screen now. The dogs are back this summer at Fort Erie. Wiener Dogs will take the track on Sunday, July 16th, and then the Basset Hounds have their turn on Sunday, August 13th. Dog races will take place after the last horse race both days. Mark your calendars. The highlight of the Fort Erie season, Prince of Wales Stakes, will be on Tuesday, September 12th. Go down to the Paddock Shack for all of your food and beverage needs, fried foods, burgers, hot dogs, etc., right by the walking ring. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. The new Homestretch Bar is now open, located next to the Tiki Bar. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.25 per person plus tax. The track pack includes a food item, a drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more info, go to our website. Become a member of HPIbet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Early picked 4 guaranteed at $7,500. That begins in race 2. Late picked 5 pool also guaranteed at $7,500. That begins in race 4. Jackpot high five wagering in today's 8th race, the carryover, is up to $15,908. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage is permitted in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Coming up next are today's changes. In race 1, a couple of overweights. The number 1 Super Brew will be 2 pounds over at 122. And the number 4, Rayo Colorado, 1 pound over at 121. Race 2, the co-featured long-run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. Couple of overweights. Number 1, Hasn't Hit Me Yet, 2 pounds over at 122. And number 5, Determined Love, 1 pound over at 121. In race 3, a rider change on number 3, High Reserve. Make the rider Mark Lee Buchanan. Overweight on the 4, Beyond Talented, will be 3 pounds over at 121. Overweight on number 5, Very Debonair, 1 pound over at 121. And a rider change on number 6, I Live by Faith. Make the rider Jodine Anderson. In race 4, overweight on number 1, Sub-Zero Plus, 1 pound over at 121. Number 2, Westpaw, also 1 pound over at 121. No changes in race 5. In race 6, rider change on number 3, Unable. Make the rider Helen Vanek. She will be 1 pound over at 121. An overweight on number 4, Hear Me Knocking, 2 pounds over at 120. Rider change on number 5, Picture Day Jessica. Make the rider Michael David, correct the weight to 120 and then make it 1 pound over at 121. Also take note that Michael David will carry a whip on Picture Day Jessica. And an overweight on number 6, Love My Cheryl, 3 pounds over at 121. Race 7, the Long Run Thoroughbred Retirement Stakes. Overweight on the 4, Chairman Bob, 1 pound over at 121. And an overweight on number 9, Strong Ending, 2 pounds over at 122. Race 8, overweight on number 2, Diamond Heist, will be 4 pounds over at 122. An ownership correction on the 4, Street Max. The ownership should read solely Dale Powell. Overweight on number 5, Bust a Groove, 2 pounds over at 120. Overweight on number 6, First Round, 2 pounds over at 110. Number 7, Which Is Not, will be 1 pound over, 121. Number 10, Prince for a Day, 1 pound over, 121. And Stewart Scratch, the also eligibles, 11 Uptown Lights and 12 Autumn So Flashy. So we're set for a great day of racing here at Fort Erie, our special Father's Day card. I'm joined here by our paddock analyst, Ashley Mayu. Good to see you, Ashley. Excited for today's races?
I'm very excited. I think it's great to see 2 turf races. We have those 2 cup rates featuring Long Run. They're our sponsor of those races, a great aftercare organization here in Canada. And also some 2-turn dirt races, something we haven't really seen so far. Nice to see the horses stretch out. Yeah,
it's about that time of year when we get stretching out. Long Run, one of the best things in Ontario racing. Great product, a great program, and we're very proud to support them. Some very competitive racing today. Let's take a look. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going to go 1 mile and 70 yards for a price of $4,000. My top pick here is the 3 Radcliffe, who I think will be the controlling speed on the stretch out. Who did you go with here?
You know, when I looked at this field, I thought it was actually a couple horses to pick between. I went to the 1 Super Brew. I knew this horse was well defeated last time out, but we all know how well Paperback Hero ran. We'll see that one later on the card. Radcliffe was second. And I just thought Super Brew, second off the layoff, stretching out, had a big shot.
Yeah, Super Brew is a logical horse, I think. Wore some bar shoes last year. This year they are not on, which could indicate improving year for Super Brew. Race 2 is one of the co-featured stakes on the day, the Long Run Thoroughbred Aftercare Stakes. It's a $30,000 guaranteed purse. Fillies and Mares going to sprint 5 1/2 furlongs here. Who did you go with, Ashley?
I went with the 5 Determined Love, who was a big price, 7-1 last time out, fresh off that layoff. We hadn't seen this one since Charlestown in January. Got a 76 buyer speed figure, her career best, and she was much the best. Now she's going to have to go slightly further today, but I like the way she ran last time out.
Yeah, Determined Love, very logical. She is very fast out of the gate. She was our champion quarter-mile horse last year. The issue I have is last year in her second 5 furlong race, she was unable to hold. She got a little leg weary, but that doesn't necessarily indicate she will do the same today. I went with a new face to Fort Erie, the 4 Storming Lady. This one was claimed for $25,000 at Turfway in March and ran a pretty good race at Woodbine in an optional $50,000 claimer. Very tough mares there. Forest Drift came out of that race to be 4th in a graded stakes. I think Storming Lady could have a good pace setup. Any other contenders you think we should point out here?
No, I mean, you know, it's going to be interesting to see some of these horses race second off the layoff. The 2 is the horse that I think is sneaky. I like this horse last out, didn't show anything, might need the race. And then on the outside, Can't Beat the Cats, won for fun on June 6th. Made it look really easy. It looks like a really easy race for both rider and horse. And the speed is going to be interesting in this race. And this horse is also facing some more seasoned vets.
Yeah, I think Gimbal, if you're getting anywhere close to the 8-1 morning line, don't walk to the windows, run. This mare is a killer, 11 career wins. Can't Beat the Cats, might have to go with Determined Love early, which could be challenging, and it is an acid test, but is not out of the question. Race 3 is a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up. We're going to sprint 5 furlongs over the main track. Field of 7 set to go here. Who did you go with?
I thought it was a 2-horse race on paper. I'm curious to see your selections between Core and the 5, very debonair. And just knowing that the 5 has not had nearly as many opportunities, I went in this direction. There is going to be the surface change and blinkers on today, second time out, room for improvement. But Core, last out, that number is hard to beat against this field.
Yeah, Core is the horse to beat, but this is not the first time. Last year he went on a run where he was a heavy favorite 5 times in a row. He always finds a way. So I can't go there. I went with a bit of a wise guy horse, the 4, Beyond Talented. This one has been racing at Woodbine, hasn't been doing much, came down to Fort Erie and had a quick work 35-4 over our local dirt surface, and I'm just hoping the surface change could wake him up. Helen Vanek does not usually ride for Joe Humber, but she is one of our more talented riders here at Fort Erie. Race 4 is a starter optional claimer for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. They've had to have started for a nickel or less in the last 2 years or go for a claiming price of $10,000. We are on the turf course. We're going to go about 7 furlongs. I think the horse to beat here is the 3, Pluie Davril, for trainer John Sims and Brandon Boulanger. That's a good combo here. She was a winner on opening day and then ran a decent 4th behind Determined Love last time. Do you think I'm out in left field with this one?
I didn't use this horse in my top 3. I think this is a challenging race, looking at some of the moves from horses and how they're ending up at 7 ace on the turf. I went to her outside, though, the 4 Musical Ride. This horse is with Elliott Sullivan, who has been here in years past, doesn't have an outfit here this year. So this one transfers to Julie Mathis. But the turf effort here against allowance level, non-winners of 3 lifetime. Yes, she was favored and was well defeated by the winner, but still was, second best in that spot. Had a win in her last outing back in January. I think maybe the move was we need turf and need turf maybe at this level.
Yeah, Musical Ride. She's a quick mare. She's a decent mare. She broke her maiden for $40,000 at Woodbine. I think she may have even won a 1 other than allowance when she was younger. She has talent. She's difficult, and she doesn't always show up with her best effort, but her best effort is definitely good enough to win this race. Race 5 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up which haven't won a race this year or which have never won 4 races. We're going 6.5 furlongs for a price of $8,000 down to $7,000. This is a full field of 9, and I think it's pretty competitive. Who did you go with?
Went to the outside, Paperback Hero. This horse was extremely impressive at that $5,000 level, getting that 3rd lifetime win. In terms of the number and just the trip, he's the sort of horse that can sit just off of it and make the late run. I know he's jumping up today and facing some hardier horses, but I like him. I think this is actually, though, overall a wide open event.
Yeah, I think this is very competitive. I love Paperback Hero. He's one of my favorites here. Shows up every time. I think that buyer in that last race is pretty inflated. He's never run anything close to that before. But he's also a 5-year-old. He could just simply be improving as he gets older, and he's definitely got his confidence to him. I think an interesting contender is the new face Private Lake for Richard Davis. This one has mostly been routing at Tampa and other tracks in the Midwest, Prairie Meadows, but has won going 7 furlongs and 6 furlongs in his younger years. He should have some fitness retained after that winter. Could be a logical invader.
Looking at that board, Doug, we're all over the place here. I think that speaks to the quality of this field. I think there's just 2 horses missing among our top selections.
Yeah, it's a very wide open race. You can make a case. There's a lot of nice old horses in this race. Race 6 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2. We're going to go 5.5 furlongs here. You want to talk about another difficult race. We got a field of 8 here, and I did not love anybody. I ended up with number 7, Nicole Song, just based on her 1 dirt race last year was a pretty solid effort. She's probably getting back to her preferred surface here.
Yeah, I used her underneath in here. I agree. I kind of keyed in that race against allowance level, non-winners of 2 lifetime. Used her a little further, but you can see our picks are just shuffled here. I did go to the 3 Enable, who's probably a short price in here. Rider change in here. I believe Helen Vanek has them out. I'm going to draw a line through the turf race last out, and I think those efforts 2 and 3 back. This horse is pretty forwardly placed in some quick races, and I think knowing how speed plays here on the dirt maybe gets the trip.
Yeah, Unable has raced here too. She was second in the maiden stakes on opening day last year. She's quick out of the gate, getting some class relief here. Definitely a logical choice. I think this race could go any number of ways. Race 7 is our co-featured long-run thoroughbred retirement stakes, $30,000 guaranteed purse. We've got the boys going 5.5 furlongs on the dirt here. Field of 9, and I'm dying to hear who you went with because this is another really tough race with some really nice horses.
I think I could have used maybe 5 or 6 of the runners in here. It's really competitive, and horses are coming off really strong last efforts. One of those that is not, though, is the number 9 Strong Ending, who's looking to put that undefeated record locally on the main track at stake today. 5 for 5 here last season, won a couple of cup races, and obviously has speed. We've seen him, though, been able to kind of rate in the past. I just don't know. Does he need a race? He might need a race over some of the others in here, but very wide open, Doug.
Strong Ending got to come here last year with a lot of confidence. We were talking about this earlier. He got to run at lower levels the winter before at Tampa and then built his way up here. This winter at Tampa, he had to take on some really nice horses. I'm hoping that hasn't knocked the wind out of his sails because he is a really good horse and he loves the surface. I can't knock him. I'm just going with a long shot here. Chairman Bob. Michael David rode this horse terrifically twice at Woodbine last December. He came flying from out of nowhere both times. He's made 3 starts at Woodbine, so he should be plenty fit. He's been running against good horses, Kitty Holiday, CC's Kingdom. There's a lot of pace here, and I'm hoping that Chairman Bob can come flying from the back to pick up all the pieces. We are back on the turf for the nightcap, maiden allowance 3-year-olds and up, going about 7 furlongs. I feel like a broken record. This is a tough race, wide open. You can make cases for any of them, so I'm dying to know. Who did you make a case for?
So the 11, the 12 come out. I thought the 11 would probably go off favorite in here, the Chief Split horse for Lane Gilliforty. But looking at the field, to me, I got down to 2 horses, the 5 Busta Groove and a first-time starter, the 8 Wilberforce, who's been schooling here a couple weeks in a row in the walking ring and looks pretty good. Pedigree suggests it, but I just thought race day experience is probably the direction to go to. So I went to Busta Groove, who I think you have some interest in as well.
Yeah, Busta Groove did not have a great trip and showed a lot of potential in his first start at Woodbine. That caught the eye of Roy Augustino for his new syndicate Born to Run stable. Those horses that beat him last time, Me and Trebuchet, they are consistent, hard-knocking little maidens. They were both due for wins, so running third behind them isn't bad. The problem with this race is there's not much turf for him. There's a lot of first-time starters. I can't say definitively that any of these horses want to go 7/8 on the turf, and the ones that might, like Wilberforce, he's a first-time starter. He might be a short price and might have no talent whatsoever. It's a really difficult race to make a strong case for anybody. So this could be a bombs away race. Great race to play the jackpot high 5. So that's a look at our card. It's a terrific Father's Day card. Should be some very good racing today. 17 minutes to first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIbet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIbet.com website. Sign in to your HPIbet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a couple of overweights to correct here on today's card. For Ishmael Mascara's mounts, correct all of his weights to 124. Mascara will carry 124 pounds. Also 124. Brian Shane, all of his mounts will be 124. Once again, that is Ishmael Mascara and Brian Shane. Their mounts on the card will carry 124 pounds. Field for today's opener is making their way on track. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. We're going to go 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track for a claiming price of $4,000. Race 1 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. Take note that number 6, Bocelli, will race with 1 bar shoe. First to parade, number 1 is Super Brew. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Mark Fournier and owners Casey Langeland and partners. Number 2 is Crumlin Experience. Brandon Boulanger has the call for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Harvey Bussey. 3 is Radcliffe. Wilbert Gobet rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Michael Bellissimo owns the 4, Rayo Colorado. Brian Shane rides for trainer Roy Augustino. Number 5 is Thelonious. Rachel Slavinsky rides for trainer Joe Humber and owners Centennial Farms Niagara Incorporated and John Lennox. Completing the field, number 6 is Bocelli. Kirk Johnson will pilot for owner-trainer Howard Keene. 6 minutes to post for race 1. Starting gate in position at the 1 mile and 70-yard mark. 3 minutes to post for the opener. Just 1 minute to post. 1 minute to get your early pick 5 wagers in. Field for today's first race is heading up to the starting gate. It is now post time. Currently favored at 3-2 is the 1, Super Brew. 5-2 second choice is number 5, Thelonious. Field of 6 set to kick off the Father's Day celebration. Super Brew and Ishmael Mascara first to go up. Crumlin Experience and Brandon Boulanger goes in. Wilbert Gobet aboard Radcliffe, currently a 4-1 contender. Longshot Rayo Colorado and Brian Shane will come to gate 4. Rayo Colorado goes in. Thelonious and apprentice Rachel Slavinsky. And the last up will be Bocelli and Kirk Johnson. All set. And they're off. Out in a clean line, Rayo Colorado and Radcliffe both showing speed from the center. Thelonious is also showing up, and along the rail is Super Brew. Crumlin Experience is going to find a pocket spot, and dropping back out wide is Bocelli. Into the opening turn they go. It is Radcliffe now opening up 1.5 on Rayo Colorado. Deep on the track, Bocelli is gaining ground. Thelonious between horses with Super Brew back into 5th, and Crumlin Experience is at the back. The field is spread out by about 4 lengths as they race into the backstretch. The quarter was 24 seconds flat. They turn into the backstretch, and Bocelli is now a half length in front. Rayo Colorado is second between horses, with Radcliffe maintaining rail position, now rebidding to stick his head back in front with less than 5 furlongs to go. The top 3 are clustered, and Thelonious is watching it unfold, 2 lengths back and forth. Super Brew another 1.5 back, and a gap of 2 more to Crumlin Experience, who trails. Within the final half mile, the opening half was 47-4. Radcliffe has the lead, Bocelli is second, and Rayo Colorado between them beginning to lose position. Thelonious angles to the outside to launch a bid. Super Brew is 3 deep, and Crumlin Experience still has 5 lengths to gain. Here comes Thelonious with a menacing move, 3 wide, putting the pressure on Radcliffe and Bocelli. Thelonious sticks ahead in front. It is Thelonious on top. Radcliffe tries to fight back. Here comes Crumlin Experience launching a rally from the back. 3/4 and 1, 13-2. They swing for home. It's Thelonious and Rachel Slavinsky. Radcliffe is trying to hold second. He's 4 lengths behind the leader. Deep on the track, Crumlin Experience is rallying down to the wire at final furlong. It is Thelonious romping in the opener. Thelonious is up by about 7 with 70 yards to go. Crumlin Experience has come from the back to be second. Radcliffe is going to be third, but no doubt about Thelonious. 1 mile and 70 yards and 1:44 and 3. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is 5, Thelonious. Number 2, Crumlin Experience in for second. Third was number 3, Radcliffe. And fourth, number 1, Super Brew. Unofficial race 1 order is 5-2-3-1. And leaving nothing in doubt, Thelonious wins the opener. Now returning to the winner's circle. A 4-year-old dark bay or brown gelding. Thelonious is by commissioner out of Tactical Gift. A homebred here in Ontario for Centennial Farms Incorporated and John Lennox. Thelonious was ridden to victory today by apprentice Rachel Slavinsky for trainer Joe Humber. That is lifetime win number 3 for Thelonious, all 3 of which came over the border oval. Thelonious was much the best in the opener, completing the 1 mile and 70 yards in 1:44 and 3. That is career win number 5 for apprentice Rachel Slavinsky. Congratulations, Rachel. You are now down to a 5-pound apprenticeship. Congratulations on this milestone win. Hold all tickets until race 1 is official. Race 1 is official. Price is up shortly. Thelonious returns 820 to win, 340 and 270. Number 2, Crumlin Experience, 370 and 290. And number 3, Radcliffe, 330. The $2 exacta, 5-2, 27.90. $1 try, 5-2-3, $47.35. And the $1 super, 5-2-3-1, $79.35. Race 2 kicks off the $7,500 guaranteed early pick 4. It's the co-featured $30,000 guaranteed long-run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. 21 minutes to post. Changes for race 2. Number 1 hasn't hit me yet will be 4 pounds over at 124. And number 5, Determined Love, will be 1 pound over at 121. 20 minutes to post.
Race 2 is up next. This is one of our 2 cup races on today's card. This is the Long Run Thoroughbred Aftercare. And if you've heard of Long Run, a great nonprofit organization here in Canada that looks after these racehorses when their careers are over. They find them new suitable homes and maybe second careers as well. So both of our cup races named after Long Run today. We kick it off here in this one. 5.5 furlongs on the main track. This is for fillies and mares, 3 years old and upward. And looking at this group in here, I think there's a couple horses maybe to look at. And I ended up going with the number 5, Determined Love, who was very impressive here last out. And the way she was able to win was very similar from what we saw from her in 2022. She was very fresh right off the bench and was able to win very impressively by 5 lengths. She got a 76 Beyer speed figure, which for her was a career best effort. And I just think looking the way she was able to do it, it was strong. Now, there is going to be some pace presence in here, maybe working against her today. She kind of got to the lead easy last time out and was much the best. And I think there's other horses maybe to look at, including the number 4, Storming Lady, who was 4th last out. Was that Woodmine, though, first off the claim for the connections, that being trainer Anthony Adamo and Bermuda Blue Farm. I think that 4th place finish looks better in a replay than it does appear on paper. Got a nice number for the effort, was only beaten by 3 lengths, and now going to get back to the dirt where this one does have 1 win. We're going to try, though, Fort Erie for the first time, which is the question, but this horse does have some backlash, does have a nice work here on May 22nd. And if you're looking outside of these top 2, horse that's been trending in the right direction and was extremely impressive last out here is the number 6, Can't Beat the Cats. This one of the Julie Mathis barn. If you look at that replay here on June 6th, wow, that's about the only word for it. Was a 9.5 length winner. Looked like a very easy effort for both Melanie Pinto and Can't Beat the Cats. Now she is going to get the class test today. She's facing very well-seasoned mares in here. She's going to have to prove herself, but she's 2 for 3 locally. She draws the outside in here, and she does have a ton of speed. So it's going to make things interesting for a couple other runners in here. You can see horses have made their way into the walking ring for race number 2 today. Don't forget, this is the start of the early pick 4 with that guaranteed pool of $7,500. Good luck.
Field for today's second race, the $30,000 guaranteed Long Run Thoroughbred Aftercare Stakes, is making their way on track. This is a stakes for fillies and mares who have been based here at Fort Erie, going 5 1/2 furlongs. Race 2 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $7,500. Number 1 is Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Ishmael Mascara rides for owner-trainer Desmond Maynard. Number 2 is Gimbala. Brandon Boulanger has the call for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Harvey Bussey. 3 is Chasing Joy. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Joy Elkins. Bermuda Blue Farm, owners of the 4, Storming Lady. Kirk Johnson will ride for trainer Tony Adamo. Number 5 is Determined Love. Helen Vanek has the call for owner-trainer Nick Malini Jr. And completing the field is Bruno Schickedance's Can't Beat the Cats. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis. 6 minutes to post for race 2. Also take note, we have a few weight corrections later in the card. Rachel Slavinsky is now a 5-pound apprentice. In race 4, Tickle Her Toe, number 7, correct the weight to 115. In race 5, correct the weight on number 3, Lil Green Machine, to 117 pounds. And in race 8, number 6, first round, correct the weight to 113 pounds. 5 minutes to post for race 2. Three minutes to post. Starting gate taking position. We're down to 1 minute to post for the long run Thoroughbred Aftercare Stakes. Early pick 4, pool guaranteed at $7,500. That kicks off here. Not much time left to get your race 2 wagers in. Field for race 2, heading towards the starting gate. Set to load shortly. It is now post time. 6-5 on the 4, Storming Lady, a new face to Fort Erie. 3-1 second choice is Determined Love, a last out winner. 7-2 on number 6, Can't Beat the Cats, another who won her previous race. Field of 6 set to begin loading. Hasn't Hit Me Yet, first to go up under Ishmael Mascara. Gimbala and Brandon Boulanger to gate 2. Chasing Joy and Chris Husbands look to give trainer Joe Humber both ends of the early double. 6-5 on Storming Lady and Kirk Johnson. Determined Love and Helen Vanek. Last up will be Can't Beat the Cats and Melanie Pinto. All set for the long run Thoroughbred Aftercare Stakes. They're off. Gimbala out well. Chasing Joy also showing speed. Deep on the track is Can't Beat the Cats. And between them, Determined Love surprisingly hasn't made the lead yet. Chasing Joy is in stalking position, and it's 1.5 back to Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Midway down the backstretch, Chasing Joy has the lead over Can't Beat the Cats. Determined Love is going to come from off of it today. Gimbala fourth along the rail. Splitting them is Storming Lady. 2 more back to Hasn't Hit Me Yet. The field is spread out by about 4 lengths. The quarter was a very quick 22-1. Chasing Joy and Can't Beat the Cats duel on the lead. Determined Love is under a hold from third. Storming Lady in a pocket fourth. 2 more back to Gimbala and Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Angles to the outside. Here comes Storming Lady angling off the outside, off the rail to launch her bid in the 3-path. Storming Lady and Can't Beat the Cats are now head and head as Chasing Joy gives in. It is Storming Lady taking control from Can't Beat the Cats at the 8th pole. Storming Lady and Can't Beat the Cats well back to Gimbala and Hasn't Hit Me Yet. but it is Storming Lady in her Fort Erie debut, going to be a comfortable winner in the long run thoroughbred aftercare. Storming Lady by 2.5, can't beat the Cats, then Gimbala and Hasn't Hit Me Yet, 104-4. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is 4, Storming Lady. Second was 6, Can't Beat the Cats. Third, number 2, Gimbala. And fourth, number 1, Hasn't Hit Me Yet. Unofficial race 2 order, 4, 6, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a claim of foul into the running of race number 2. The rider of number 2, Gimbala, claiming foul against number 4, Storming Lady, alleging interference on the turn. So once again, that is a rider's claim of foul, 2 against 4. Stewards will be reviewing that. Hold all tickets until the inquiry has concluded. This does affect the official winner, so hold all tickets. That claim of foul has been disallowed. There will be no change to the order of finish in race 2. Posted order 4621 will be made official shortly. And now crossing the turf course into the stakes winner's circle is the unofficial winner of the long run thoroughbred aftercare stakes, Storming Lady. An 8-year-old dark bay or brown mare by Flat Out of Bow Watch, Storming Lady, was bred in Kentucky by Teresa Little, Billy Cruz, Taylor Little, and Travis Price. Ridden to victory today by Kirk Johnson. For trainer Tony Adamo, Storming Lady is owned by Bermuda Blue Farm. Earning career win number 8 in 40 starts, taking her Fort Erie debut. 5.5 furlong winning time in 1:04 and 4. On site from Long Run, making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of Storming Lady is Vicky Pappas. Race 2 is now official. Storming Lady returns 760 to win, 390 and 290. Can't Beat the Cats, 380 and 270. Gimbala, 330 to show. $2 exacta, 4-6 returns $30.50. The $1 try, 462. $42.25. $1 super, 4621. $140.80. And the $2 double, 54. $25.60. And we're going to throw things down to Ashley Mayu, who's in the winner's circle with the connections of Storming Lady.
Thanks, Doug. What an impressive performance here from Storming Lady in the long run thoroughbred aftercare stakes. We're going to talk to Kirk Johnson first, the winning pilot here, because I know you got a busy day ahead. Kirk, you rode this horse up at Woodbine. I thought the horse ran okay. What were kind of your expectations off that first run up there?
I was very pleased with how she ran. We were hoping for turf, but we didn't get it. But I was very pleased nevertheless. And when Tony told me the spot here, I was so excited. I said, just put her on ice until that day, because I was almost 100% sure we're going to get the money. And she proved me right.
And looking at this field, there was some pace in here that kind of set it up for you. But in terms of trip, was your plan always to sit just off of it?
I thought the 5 was going to go, but she kind of stumbled a little bit coming out of there. So she got caught up out of her race, and the 6 went. So never mind. I got a clean break. I just sit behind the speed on the quarter pole. I tip her off the turn, put her in the clear, shake up the lines, and she just sprint off.
Yeah, you didn't really ask her in the stretch, did you?
No, I didn't need to.
Congratulations, Kirk.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Dan and Tony and the entire crew for getting it ready for me. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Speaking of Dan Soros, the head here of Bermuda Blue Farm. Dan, a couple of things. When you looked at this one and you made the purchase price, $25,000 was the claim. What'd you like about her?
We loved her form. We loved the way she rode, and we needed horses.
You've taken a little break in the last couple of years. You've been a little bit more quiet, and this year we talked opening day, I think. You wanted to get more involved, and she's one of your purchases. How does it feel to get this cup win really early in the meet?
Oh, this feels like the early days when we got an early cup win. We're glad to be back, and we're glad to have enough horses now to compete every week.
And I think it's a fitting win named after Long Run. You and your family really involved with the retirement of your racers. You have a big one by the name of Kagan, who's now a riding horse. Makes it a little extra special, huh?
We love Kagan. We love all our retired horses. We have Executive 5 as well. 2 fantastic horses.
Awesome. Congratulations, Dan, and hopefully we'll see more from you in the operation and Storming Lady.
Thank you very much.
Changes for the upcoming third race, a rider change on number 3, High Reserve. Make the rider Mark Lee Buchanan. Number 4, Beyond Talented, will be 3 pounds over at 121. Number 5, Very Debonair, 4 pounds over at 124. And a rider change on number 6, I Live by Faith. Make the rider Jodine Anderson. 15 minutes to post for race 3.
Horses will be in the walking ring in just a few moments for race number 3. It's a maiden special weight event at 5 furlongs on the main track. It is for 3-year-olds and upward. We'll see one of the runners pass by. And let's start with the 5, Very Debonair. He ends up being my top pick in here. I think on paper, 2 horses stood out, the 1, Core, and the 5, Very Debonair. But their resumes are very different. Core's had plenty of chances to graduate. Comes in here off of one of his best efforts in his career. But Very Debonair is just kind of a wild card. He only has that 1 start under his belt. It was on the turf. He's going to have that surface change today. I'm going to try the dirt. He's also going to race with blinkers on. He was off just a touch slow on debut, so hopefully that'll get him a little bit sharper early on and put him into a good position. And Julie Mathis has been red hot at the meet so far, so I just think having that race day experience really should help him in here. Now, I mentioned the 1, Core. You can look at his resume and say it's taken him a little bit to graduate, but he comes in here off of one of his career best efforts in the sprint into Summer Cup. And the winner, One More Ring, actually came back to win here just last week, was very impressive in an allowance level, non-winners of 2 lifetimes. So Core is probably the one to beat. He's going to race with blinkers off, and it's been a while since they've done that. You can see he's had blinkers on a lot. You can see if you look at him in terms of his equipment that he's going to wear today, you will see cheek pieces. They're those red kind of fuzzy pieces of equipment that's going to actually help him. It's kind of similar to a blinker, but does not allow him to see parts of his sight. So he's going to be more looking forward. And I think this equipment change is maybe what they're looking for to get it done, but this is going to be start 27 for him, and he's still looking to graduate. From there, other horses maybe to consider. The number 2, I'm No Sleepy Joe. This one of the Dale Powell barn. The barn's still looking for their first win at the meet, but the horses have all been showing up 4 for 6 in the money. And looking at him, disappointed last time out. He was 9th, beaten by 7 lengths. But prior to that, I thought he raced okay in his first start of 2023. In the past, though, last year as a 2-year-old, he did show some early foot, which will be interesting to see if he can kind of kindle that early foot in here and maybe be forwardly placed. Draws quite close to the inside. I'm just wondering also how he will handle the surface change. He is the son of It's My Lucky Day. But for me, do go to the 5, Very Debonair on top here, looking to graduate and start number 2. Best of luck.
Field for today's 3rd race is making their way on track. Race 3 is a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, going 5 furlongs on the main track. Race 3 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Core. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. Dale Powell owns and trains the 2, I'm No Sleepy Joe. The rider is Troy Hearn Jr. Number 3 is High Reserve. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Noel Williams and owner Laura Williams. Number 4 is Beyond Talented. Helen Vanek pilots for trainer Joe Humber and owner Centennial Farms Niagara. Bruno Chickadans owns the 5, Very Debonair. Brian Shane will ride for trainer Julie Mathis. Number 6 is I Live by Faith. Jodine Anderson rides for trainer Dale Powell and owner Donald Hall. And rounding out the field is number 7, Reload Bullet. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner B11 Incorporated. 3 minutes to post for race 3. Starting gate taking position at the 5 furlong mark. Not much time left to get your race 3 wagers in. Field for race 3 is approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. 8-5 on the number 1 Core in his 27th attempt to break the maiden. 9-2 on both 2, I'm No Sleepy Joe, and 4, Beyond Talented. 4-1 on number 5, Very Debonair, a second-time starter. 6 of the 7 are below double digits as they begin to load. Core with the cheek pieces on, Pierre Mailhot aboard. I'm No Sleepy Joe and Troy Hearn Jr. to gate 2. High Reserve and Mark Lee Buchanan. Beyond Talented, Helen Vanek in the colors of Centennial Farms. Second-time starter Very Debonair and Brian Shane. I Live by Faith with Jodine Anderson. Last up will be Reload Bullet. Kirk Johnson looking for a race-to-race double. Just waiting on Reload Bullet. Goes in and we are set. They're off. Core was out sharply. Reload Bullet from the far outside. These two will go out to make the pace. It's going to be Reload Bullet and Kirk Johnson taking early control. Core is going to settle in second with Very Debonair to his outside in third. It's a gap of 3 to I Live by Faith, another 3 to Beyond Talented. Then at the back are High Reserve and I'm No Sleepy Joe. They are well strung out as they race into the turn. 3 furlongs to go, and Reload Bullet races an opening quarter in 22-2. Core and Very Debonair races a pair in second, 5 lengths back to I Live by Faith in fourth. Another 6 back to Beyond Talented, I'm No Sleepy Joe, and High Reserve is the trailer. 3 across the track as they swing for home. Reload Bullet ahead in front of Core, and on the outside is Beyond Talented. Core takes control under Pierre Mailhot at the furlong pole. It is Core, Very Debonair on the outside, Reload Bullet along the rail, and here comes I Live by Faith. Core trying to get the job done in start number 27. Core and Pierre Mailhot. Here comes I Live by Faith coming down to the wire. Core finally gets the maiden win. I Live by Faith was second on a fast closing Beyond Talented, 59-4. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 1, Core. Second was 6, I Live by Faith. Third, number 4, Beyond Talented. And fourth was 7, Reload Bullet. Your unofficial race 3 order is 1, 6, 4, 7. Now returning to the winner's circle, your unofficial race 3 winner. A maiden no more, it's number 1, Core. A 5-year-old chestnut gelding by First Samurai out of Colbra. Core was bred here in Ontario by Tim Moose and Erica Everett Moose. Ridden to victory today by the mailman, Pierre Mailhot, for trainer Robert Warner, who owns in partnership with Nancy Warner. 27th tries the charm for Core, who was able to hold on today, delivering at the 1-2 promise. 5 furlongs and 59-4. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. It's official. Your 1-2 favorite, Core, returns 310, 220, and 210. Number 6, I Live by Faith, in for place, 490 and 330. Beyond Talented, 440 to show. $2 exacta, 1-6, $11 even. $1 try, 164, 28.10. The $1 super, 1647, $90 even. $2 double, 41, $20 even. And the $1 early pick 3, 27.70. We're on the turf for the 4th, 20 minutes to post. The dog races are coming back to Fort Erie Racetrack this summer. Wiener Dogs will take the track on Sunday, July 16th. And then the Basset Hounds will be coming out on Sunday, August 13th. And just a reminder, there will be no racing tomorrow or Tuesday this week. No Monday, Tuesday races. Racing will be back on Monday, Tuesday next week. Race 4 kicks off the $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5. We have a few changes. Number 1, Sub-Zero Plus, will be 1 pound over at 121. Number 2, Westpaw, 4 pounds over at 124. And a correction on the weight for number 7, Tickle Her Toe, will now be 115 pounds with a 5-pound bug. 19 minutes to post for race 4.
Our late pick 5 gets underway here in race number 4. We're on the grass for our first of 2 turf races today. This one at about 7 furlongs. A really nice starter optional claiming event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And a really nice field assembled here. We'll see a couple horses are out here. The 4 and the 5 both got settled out in the walking ring, and the other horses are in the paddock. They'll join us momentarily. But looking at this field, went to the number 4 Musical Ride, who I think is intriguing. Now in the barn of Julie Mathis. This horse has kind of been in another trainers' barns that have Bruno Schinkendaz's horses. Most recently, Elliott Sullivan had this horse in Ohio, and you can see how to win last time out. Very game against non-winners of 3 lifetime, will in for the $6,500 tag, but that was on the dirt. Now getting it back on the turf today, I do think it's key looking at the grass race here. Back on October 11th, going this distance with some moisture in the turf, very similar circumstances to today against allowance level non-winners of 3 life. She was simply second best. She was kind of chasing throughout there. The winner, Monastery Lane, ended up being much the best, and this one was favored, but I thought it was a really good effort. She got a 60 buyer speed figure, and prior to that, she's had some really nice turf races throughout her career. She graduated up at Woodbine against basically almost the same distance, but against maiden optionals for $40,000. Then came back in her following start with a very impressive first level allowance win. So I think the turf is going to be key for her. Kurt Johnson has the mount. We saw him team up with Stormy Lady in the second today to take first of our 2 stakes races today. So I go to the number 4 Musical Ride. The 2 Westpaw is her stablemate, also trained by Julie Mathis, but a new acquisition in a different sense. This one was claimed last out for $7,000, and that one was part of the pace scenario and tired to finish 5th, beaten by 2 1/4 behind Cozy Valentine, who's a hard-knocking, claiming mare in her own right. And prior to that, this one had a nice second-place finish on June 1st. So seems to be in form. Going to be interesting to see her here on the turf. She could be forwardly placed off that most recent effort, and we've seen some horses do really well here around 2 turns when they're put into the race early on. And then rounding it out is the number 5, Rain by Rain, who is the other horse that was settled out here, a 5-year-old daughter of Animal Kingdom, who's 1 for 1 here locally on the turf course. Now, she did race just that 1 start so far in 2023, where she was second on the dirt behind Pacenza, who was coming into that race off a huge win at Mountaineer. And I thought Rain by Rain raced really well. I'm excited to see her back on the turf. She does have some good local races here in the past, around 2 turns on the main track. And as I mentioned, does have that local turf win, which was going a little bit longer at a mile. But interesting to see if she can step up in her second start on the year. But I go directly to her inside in terms of my top selection, the number 4 Musical Ride. Good luck here in the 4th.
Field for today's 4th race is making their way on track. Race 4 is a starter optional claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. We're going to go about 7 furlongs over the turf course here. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. That pool is guaranteed at $7,500. Number 1 is Sub-Zero Plus. Michael David rides for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Away from parade, number 2 is Westpaw. Brian Shane has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. 3 is Pluie d'Avril. Brandon Boulanger will pilot for trainer John Sims, who owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. 4 is Musical Ride. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 5 is Rain by Rain. Chris Husbands rides for trainer Daryl Ezra and owner Double Blooded Stables. 6 is Santa Cola Star. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Michael Blake and owners Ascot Stud, Michael Blake Sr., Norman Files, Sean Brinda, and Maggie Suthens. Rounding out the field is Christina Ramjatin's Tickle Her Toe. Rachel Slavinsky rides for trainer Louis Cappy. 4 minutes to post for the 4th. On the turf for the start of the late pick 5. Field for race 4 is crossing onto the turf course. Not much time left to get your race 4 wagers in. $7,500 guaranteed late pick 5 starts here. Race 4 field heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 6-5 on number 4, Musical Ride. Making her first start since a win at Mahoning Valley back in January. 4-1 on Westpaw, another off the claim for Julie Mathis. 9-2 on number 5, Rain by Rain. Field of 7 on the turf. First up will be Sub-Zero Plus, the 9-year-old with Michael David. The gray mare, Westpaw, and Brian Shane to gate 2. Pluie d'Avril and Brandon Boulanger. Musical Ride going in without the rider. Kirk Johnson to climb back aboard. Rain by Rain and Chris Husbands to gate 5. Santa Cola Star, blinkers on, Melanie Pinto. And Tickle Her Toe with Rachel Slavinsky. Tickle Her Toe goes in and we're all set. They're off. Tickle Her Toe broke to the outside. Musical Ride is showing speed to her outside. Rain by Rain looks for position, and along the rail, Sub-Zero Plus. Then we have Westpaw and Pluie d'Avril, Santa Cola Star, and widest is Tickle Her Toe. They race into the opening turn. It's a duel up front. Sub-Zero Plus on the rail with Musical Ride. Rain by Rain is going to stalk from the outside in third. Then we have Tickle Her Toe, who's into fourth after the slow start. Along the rail is Westpaw, Pluie d'Avril between horses, and a length back to Santa Cola Star. 23-4 for the opening quarter. The field is spread out by about 5 lengths. Musical Ride has a half-length lead over Sub-Zero Plus. Rain by Rain is still third, 2 lengths off the leaders, with Tickle Her Toe gaining ground on the outside. 1.5 back to Pluie d'Avril. Westpaw and Santa Cola Star continues to trail. They go into the far turn. Rain by Rain has launched a bid and stuck her head in front. Tickle Her Toe is out wide, 47-3 for the half. Along the rail, Musical Ride fights back on and puts her head back in front. Pluie d'Avril is gaining momentum from the outside. Along the rail, Sub-Zero Plus still in contention. 5 more back to Westpaw and Santa Cola Star. Top of the stretch, Rain by Rain and Musical Ride in a dogfight. Pluie d'Avril is ranged right into contention, moving well down the outside. These 3, Pluie d'Avril sweeps to command. It is Pluie d'Avril and Brandon Boulanger. Musical Ride still second. Rain by Rain trying to hold show from Sub-Zero Plus. Final 16th of a mile, no doubt about it. Pluie d'Avril is storming home. It is Pluie d'Avril and Brandon Boulanger winning by about 5. Musical Ride, then Sub-Zero Plus and Rain by Rain, 128 flat. Pluie d'Avril, the unofficial winner of race 4. Second was 4, Musical Ride. 40-1 long shot, Sub-Zero Plus in for show, and fourth was number 5, Rain by Rain. Unofficial race 4 order, 3-4-1-5. And Pluie Davril returning to the winner's circle, unofficial race 4 winner. Pluie Davril is a 7-year-old chestnut mare by Big Screen out of Perfect Dreamer, bred here in Ontario by Spring Farm. Ridden to victory today by Brandon Boulanger for trainer John Sims. Sims owns in partnership with Denise Carpenter. Pluie Davril, well tripped out today to earn her 6th career win, her 2nd at the meet, with a nice slingshot move to cover the about 7 furlong distance in 1:28 flat. Hold all tickets until race 4 is official. It's official. Pluie Davril returns $5.50, $3 and $2.60. Musical Ride $4.60 and $3.40. And Sub-Zero Plus $7 to show. $2 Exacta $3.4, $20.30. The $1 Try $3.41. $123.60. The $1 Super $3.415, $405.65. $2 Double $1.3, $12 even. And the $1 Pick 3, $24.15. Field of 9 coming up in race 5. We have 22 minutes to post. No racing Monday or Tuesday this week. Racing is back on Monday, June 26th at 4:30, and Tuesday, the 27th at 4:30. The Prince of Wales Stakes, second jewel of the Canadian Triple Crown, will be held on Tuesday, September 12th. Changes for race 5, an overweight on the 1, Private Lake, 2 pounds over at 124. And a correction on the weight to number 3, Lil Green Machine. Make the weight 117 pounds with a single bug. 21 minutes to post.
Race 5 is coming up next. It's at 6.5 furlongs on the main track, an $8,000 claiming event for 3-year-olds and upward, and looking specifically at the condition. It's for horses that have not won a race in 2023 or have not won 4 races in their career. It's a really big field here, 9 going postward, and a lot of horses I think have a big shot in here. I start with the outside, the number 9 Paperback Hero, who is just so impressive in his return to the races back on May 30th. It was our second week of racing here. Just looking at the trip, a good ride from Mark Lee Buchanan for trainer Roy Augustino. Was just off the pace early on and made a move and was simply much the best. Now, that was against non-winners of 3 lifetime. He's going to face saltier veterans today. He's going to try to get his 4th lifetime win against this group, but he's also going to have to jump up in claiming price. He's in for $8,000. He was in for $5,000 back on May 30th. But I just think looking at the trip he could get here with the outside draw, hopefully he'll be able to get a good position just off the leaders and make a late run, similarly to what we saw last time out. A couple others, though, in here. The number 4, Summer Retreat. He's a horse that you look at him locally at Fort Erie. He's 8 for 30 in terms of wins, but maybe even more impressively, his record of just being in the money, 24 for 30. He absolutely loves it here at the Fort, but he hasn't showed up in his last 2 efforts, and maybe he had some excuses. He did get an off track last time out. He did face a really tough horse in there, the winner, Venomous Strike, in there, and then looking at the race, 2 back. It was his first race off a long layoff. I think he probably needed the race, but looking at him, he was good getting saddled. He's on his toes. And I just think we haven't seen the best from him yet this year. I think he's got some potential to really move forward. And just looking at him, he's beautifully turned out here, the 7-year-old son of Court Vision. And then from there, I actually go to his outside, the number 5, Loquacious. I've always liked this horse, and I liked late last year when Richard Davis got this horse from the barn back in August. He did a couple different things. He started him at the 6 furlong distance. This horse was second behind Captain Sydney in a kind of a tough group, I think, for $6,250. Stretched him out to 1.70 miles. He was able to get the win and then cut him back. And just in that last start of the year, his form kind of trailed off. And you can see he's been on the sideline since then, now making his return to the races. He might need a race or 2, and he may want to go longer. But I just thought this horse, maybe if there's the pace setup that there potentially could be rolling late to get a share, and maybe will offer some value. You can see Pierre Malhot booked to ride for trainer Richard Davis in this duo. Always one to watch here at the Border Oval. But for me, do go to the number 9 on the outside, Paperback Hero. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 5th race. Race 5 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2023 or which have never won 4 races. We're going to go 6 1/2 furlongs for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Private Lake. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Richard Davis, who owns in partnership with Catalano and Nutso. Number 2 is 4 Knights. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Michael Blake and owner Pass Eye Peach Stables. Ron Davies owns and trains the number 3 Lil Green Machine. The rider is Rachel Slavinsky. Number 4 is Summer Retreat. Melanie Pinto has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Alicia Robillard. Number 5 is Loquacious. Pierre Mailhot rides for trainer Richard Davis and owner Catherine Morissette. Howard Keene owns and trains the 6, Half Lit. The rider is Chris Husbands. Number 7 is the Newfie Express. Deshaun Bino has the call for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 8 is Calming Influence. Helen Vanek rides for trainer Chris Jolin and owner Leah Ann Ouellette. And completing the field, number 9 is Paperback Hero. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Reggie Johnston. 5 minutes to post for race 5. Late pick 4 wagering starts here. One minute to post for race 5. Field is heading into the chute towards the starting gate. Last call to get your race 5 wagers in. Heading behind the starting gate, it is now post time. 6-5 favorite is number 9, Paperback Hero, on the heels of a decisive score on May the 30th. Full field of 9 set to go here. First up is Private Lake with Ishmael Mascara making his Fort Erie debut. Gate 2 for the 8-year-old, 4 Nights, Kirk Johnson aboard. Lil Green Machine and Rachel Slavinsky, a winner 6 days ago. Summer Retreat and Melanie Pinto, Loquacious and Pierre Mailhot. Half Lit with Chris Husbands. Gate 7 for the Newfie Express and Deshaun Bino. Calming Influence, his first run of the season here, Helen Vanek aboard. 6-5 on Paperback Hero with Mark Lee Buchanan. Last to load is Summer Retreat and Melanie Pinto. All set, and they're off. Lil Green Machine and Summer Retreat out very well from the center. Calming Influence is also showing up. Between horses, Half Lit is racing from 4th, Paperback Hero 5th. Along the rail is 4 Nights, Loquacious. Then at the back are Private Lake and the Newfie Express. The race out of the chute and onto the backstretch, less than 5 furlongs to go. It is Summer Retreat leading the way with Lil Green Machine pressing from the rail. 2 lengths back to Calming Influence and Half Lit, who races a pair past a quarter and 23 flat. Paperback Hero is cruising on the outside in 5th. He's now into 3rd. Loquacious and 4 Nights races a pair, 1.5 better than Private Lake, and it's 2 back to the Newfie Express. The field is sprung out by about 10 lengths. Midway around the turn, it is Summer Retreat on top. Paperback Hero is into 2nd, bet down to 4-5. Lil Green Machine 3rd, past a half in 46 flat. The top 3 are up 5 lengths on Private Lake, who's rallying from the back, passing Half Lit. They swing for home. Summer Retreat maintains a short lead from Paperback Hero. Private Lake is storming down the outside with Half Lit. Paperback Hero trying to reach up to Summer Retreat. Summer Retreat holding on gamely. It's Summer Retreat. Lil Green Machine coming back on the outside. Private Lake from the back. It's Summer Retreat and Melanie Pinto. Lil Green Machine, one last try. Summer Retreat on top by a length. Lil Green Machine was 2nd, then Paperback Hero and Private Lake, 118-1. Number 4, Summer Retreat, the unofficial winner of race number 5. 2nd was number 3, Lil Green Machine. 3rd, number 9, Paperback Hero, and 4th, number 1, Private Lake. Race 5, unofficial order. 4391. Unofficial race 5 winner, Summer Retreat, back to the winner's circle. That is career win number 10 for the 7-year-old Dark Bear Brown Court Vision gelding out of Vermont Summer. Bred here in Ontario by Joey G. Thoroughbreds. That was a wire-to-wire victory orchestrated by Melanie Pinto for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Alicia Robillard. 9 of the 10 career victories for Summer Retreat coming right here at the Border Oval. Summer Retreat completes the 6 1/2 furlongs in 1:18:1. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. Race 5 is now official. Summer Retreat returns 11:30, $5.90 and $3. Lil Green Machine a game second, $5.90 and $3, and Paperback Hero $2.60 to show. $2 exacta, 4-3, 51.20. The $1 try, 439, 57.70. $1 super, 4391, $224.10. $2 double, 3-4, 34.80. The $1 pick 3, 37.90. $1 early pick 4, $148.85. And the $1 early pick 5, $525.10. Final pick 3 of the day coming up in race 6. It's a non-winners of 2 allowance going 21 minutes to post. On screen now, the show photo for race 5. Paperback Hero has the head up over number 1, Private Lake. Race 5 show photo on screen now. The new Homestretch Bar is now open, located next to the Tiki Barbecue. Book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. "20 minutes to post for race 6 changes. Rider change on the 3 on Abel. Make the rider Helen Vanek, 1 pound over at 121. Overweight on number 4, Hear Me Knocking, will be 2 pounds over at 120. Change the rider on number 5, Picture Day Jessica, to Michael David. Correct the weight to 120, 1 pound over at 121. Number 6, Love My Cheryl, an overweight, 4 pounds over at 120, 6 pounds over, sorry, at 124. And an overweight on number 8, Feel Like Guessing, 2 pounds over at 124. 19 minutes to post.
Race 6 is up next. 5.5 furlongs on the main track. This is an allowance level race for non-winners of 2 lifetime fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. A nice field in here. And just a couple things to note. The number 3, Unable, will be ridden by Helen Vanek. And then the 5, Picture Day Jessica. 2 things to note. Michael David has the mount, and he will carry a whip today. This horse was not had a whip. The jock, I should say, was not carrying a whip in those last several efforts. So looking at this field top to bottom, going with the number 3, Unable, I mentioned there is a rider change here, but just looking at that last effort, I don't think this horse wanted any part of the turf. Really didn't perform well up at Woodbine, while in for $25,000. And in those prior 2 starts before that, actually ran really well. She was very close to the pace in both of them, and ended up finishing 3rd and 2nd in both of those efforts. Now, she does have dirt experience, and that was in her first start of her career last year as a 3-year-old. She made her debut on opening day into the Summer Solstice Cup, and she was simply second best behind Natasha's Business, who's kind of a hard-knocking horse in terms of after that would be kind of on the cusp of getting another career victory. And I just think this one's really going to improve getting back on the dirt. Has that kind of tactical early foot to be close to the pace early on. So ends up being my top pick in here. Other ones to consider. Speaking of the Cup races, the Summer Solstice Cup, this year's edition was won by the number 8, Feel Like Guessing, out of the Richard Davis barn. Got a really nice trip in that event, was just off the pace, made a late run to win by half a length. Heading west, the 2nd place finisher came back to finish 2nd in her next outing. And I think looking at Feel Like Guessing, maybe didn't face the toughest of groups in that Cup race, but had a really nice performances under her belt prior to that. Does have that fitness edge. And you can see a win and a 2nd place finish so far in 2023. And then from there, looking at the field, I thought the 7, Nicole Song, was kind of a sneaky horse, maybe a sleeper in here. This one out of the Mike Blake barn. Disappointed last time out in her first start as a 4-year-old, but that was up at Woodbine. She was in for $15,000, but she technically wasn't in for it. They waived the claiming price to protect her in that race. They had the option to. You see her in this allowance event today. And note, she does have that dirt race under her belt against allowance level, non-winners of 2 lifetime, going 6 furlongs. She's towards the back of the pack early on, but made a really nice late move in there to finish 3rd, beaten by 3.5. And you look at the winner in there, shoulda, coulda, woulda. But then again, that same horse comes up in 2nd, Natasha's Business. So I think this one's certainly one to watch in here. Definitely watch the tote action. This would be a horse that I would certainly endorse underneath. Kurt Johnson's had a good day so far, but for me, the number 3, Unable, I think this one with Helen Vanek in the irons, it does look tough returning to Fort Erie. Good luck.
Field for today's 6th race is making their way on track. Race 6 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. We're going to go 5 1/2 furlongs on the main track, field of 8. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and the final 20-cent pick 3 on today's card. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Makes Sense to Me. Jodine Anderson rides for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Jeannie Ryan owns and trains the number 2, Very Unified. The rider is Chris Husbands. Number 3 is Unable. Helen Vanek rides for trainer Desmond Maynard and owner Silver King Racing. Number 4 is Hear Me Knocking. Emil Ramsamy rides for trainer Louis Cappy and owner Christina Ramjatin. Number 5 is Picture Day Jessica. Michael David picks up the mount for owner-trainer Dale Powell. Number 6 is Love My Cheryl. Brian Shane rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 7 is Nicole Song. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Mike Blake and owner Pass Eye Peach Stables. Completing the field, number 8 is Feel Like Guessing. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Richard Davis and owner Bruno Schickadans. 2 minutes to post for race 6. Starting gate taking position at the 5 1/2 furlong pole. Not much time left to get your race 6 wagers in. Final pick 3 on the card starts here. Field for race 6 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 6 to 5 on the number 3, Unable. Field of 8 set to go here. 7 to 2 on Feel Like Guessing on the outside. Makes sense to me. 1 of 2 for Dale Powell in here. Jodine Anderson aboard. Very Unified. Chris Husbands in the colors of Jeannie Ryan. Unable with Helen Vanek picking up the mount. Hear Me Knocking and Emil Ramsamy. Picture Day Jessica. Michael David aboard. Love My Cheryl and Brian Shane to gate 6. Nicole's Song with Kirk Johnson. And last up is Feel Like Guessing with Ishmael Mascara. All set. And they're off. Feel Like Guessing out well, stumbled a bit, but has that speed from the outside. Very Unified is showing up along the rail, is Makes Sense to Me, and now showing up is Hear Me Knock, or Unable. Unable puts ahead in front of Very Unified, third on the outside. Feel Like Guessing along the rail, Makes Sense to Me. Between horses, Nicole's Song is in striking range. It's a length and a quarter back to Hear Me Knocking. Then another 2 back to Picture Day Jessica and Love My Cheryl. 22 and 4 for the opening quarter. Unable at 3 to 5 has a head in front of Feel Like Guessing. Now Feel Like Guessing takes control. 2 lengths back to Very Unified, and on the outside, Nicole's Song. Makes Sense to Me is losing position, as is Hear Me Knocking. Love My Cheryl begins to try and rally. Picture Day Jessica, the trailer. They swing for home. It is Feel Like Guessing on top. Unable fights right back in Nicole's Song down the outside. The half was 46 and 4. Trying to split horses. Makes Sense to Me. Here comes Nicole's Song down the outside. 4 across the track. Nicole's Song and Makes Sense to Me. Unable is tiring. Makes Sense to Me has the lead. Nicole's Song and Kirk Johnson are flying. Makes Sense to Me. Nicole's Song. Nicole's Song. Oh, that's a photo. Nicole's Song maybe pulled a 15 to 1 upset off. Makes Sense to Me was second. Then we had Unable and Love My Cheryl. 106 and 1. Photo finish in race 6. That's a tight one. Nicole's Song on the outside. Makes Sense to Me, the rail. Very tight photo in the 6th. And in the photo, it was number 7, Nicole's Song, timing it perfectly with Kirk Johnson. Second was number 1, Makes Sense to Me. Third, number 3, Unable. And fourth, number 6, Love My Cheryl. Unofficial race 6 order, 7136. That was a nail biter. Scoring in a thriller, number 7, Nicole's Song, lifetime win number 2. A 4-year-old Bay filly by Cat's My Song out of Truth Only. Nicole's Song was bred in Florida by Bruno Chickadans. That is a riding double for Kirk Johnson on today's card, trained by Mike Blake and owned by Pass I Peach Stables. Nicole's Song, in the narrowest of margins, wins the 6th, completing the 5 1/2 furlongs in 106 1. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. Race 6 is now official. Nicole's Song, $32.60 to win, $13.90 place, $5 show. Long shot in for second, Makes Sense to Me, $11.90 to place and $4 show. Unable, $2.20 to show. $2 exacta, 7-1, $199.30. The $1 try, 7-1-3, $193.45. $1 super, 7-1-3-6, $1,337.95. $2 double, 4-7, 76.20. And the $1 pick 3, $275.70. 22 minutes to race number 7, the long run thoroughbred retirement stakes, $30,000 guaranteed. Very competitive field of 9 in the co-feature. On screen now is the win photo for race number 6. Changes for race 7, the long run thoroughbred retirement stakes. An overweight on number 4, Chairman Bob, 1 pound over at 121 pounds. And number 9, Strong Ending, 4 pounds over at 124. If you're on track with us today, Long Run has a booth by the walking ring. Long Run is a terrific program supporting the retirement of racehorses here in Ontario. Worth a look for all fans of the sport of thoroughbred racing. 21 minutes to post.
Nothing comes close to this. Elegant avatars of speed, sprinting towards glory. Hands grip with white-knuckled hope. Seats become decoration. As fearless drivers take flight, and it's closer than you think. Visit OntarioRacing.com.
We have 2 races left on this Father's Day program. Race number 7 up next at 5.5 furlongs on the main track. It's the long run thoroughbred retirement stakes, a beautiful field of 9 colts and geldings assembled, and this is a stellar field in terms of talent. You're going to see some of the best sprinters here in terms of male sprinters at Fort Erie, and one of those horses is the number 9 Strong Ending. Now, he was the 2022 Horse of the Year here last year, and you wonder why. He was 5 for 5. He won 2 cup races. He's been able to do it all. He's been able to win at 6.5 furlongs, a mile and a 16th on the slop. He's just been a tremendous athlete and really fun to watch here, and he's been well managed by his connections. Trainer Richard Davis was able to pick him up for $5,000 back in the winter of 2022, and they just had a really fun ride with him. A big fan of this horse. Now, the question is, will he need one off the layoff? I'm not sure. I think looking at those races at Tampa, his second time around at Tampa, he faced tougher horses this winter than he had in the past before he came to Fort Erie. And I think, they only raced him there twice. They let up on him. I think it was the right move to gear him up for his campaign this summer. He looks great here. Doesn't look like he's lost a beat, and I think he's really going to improve getting back here on the main track. So he is my top pick, but some other horses to mention. The number 7, Alacritus, was extremely gutsy in his win last time out. He got the job done by a neck under Deshaun Bino. Got that 5-pound weight allowance. You're not getting that today against this group, but the big thing looking at that effort at 5 furlongs, I think he's got a horse that he's going to be fine at 5.5. He really had to battle it out, but he was very game. I like seeing that. I think there's a ton of pace in here. And just know he doesn't need the lead or doesn't need to be that close to it. 3 starts back at Mahoning Valley when he was able to win. He got a really great effort, a great trip. I actually thought if you watch the replay, he lost ground and then he came flying late to get the job done. So I like that he has that sort of versatility. I think he might need it in this stacked lineup in this small stakes race today. And then rounding it out Number 1, Vinny Van Gogh. He's going to make his first start out of the state of Florida. He was a hard-knocking, kind of claiming horse there, and even in those tougher spots. There was a time in 2021 where he was claimed out of many consecutive races and went into big barns such as Safi Joseph Jr., Victor Barboza, you name it, Ron Spatz. And now he comes here to Fort Erie in the barn of Julie Mathis. He looked great. I think he hasn't lost a step. I'm very familiar with him from his days in South Florida, and he's very quick. We've seen that from the past in him. Going to be interesting to see him here, but speed is the name of the game for him. And we'll see how he can do in his first start since March 15th at Tampa. Melanie Pinto, Julie Mathis, they teamed up for a win earlier with Summer Retreat. Going to look for one in the stakes race today. Best of luck to all the connections, and good luck if you're wagering.
Field for race number 7, the $30,000 guaranteed long-run thoroughbred retirement stakes is making their way on track. This is a stake for horses based at Fort Erie, going 5 1/2 furlongs. Race 7 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, and 20-cent superfecta wagering. Leading the post parade, number 1 is Vinny Van Gogh. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owners Joseph and Charles Loacano. John Grinstein's owner of the 2, Gunzig Stinger. Pierre Mailhot has the ride for trainer Claudia Rabstein. Number 3 is Jack Beanstalk. Chris Husbands rides for owner-trainer Desmond Maynard. Number 4 is Chairman Bob. Michael David rides for trainer Howard Keene and owner Fortunato Galati. Howard Keene, owner-trainer of the 5, Mobilizer. The rider is Kirk Johnson. 6 is 7 is a Breeze. Brandon Boulanger rides for trainer John Sims and owner Hopefield Farm. Number 7 is Alacritus. Deshaun Bino will pilot for trainer Kevin Buttigieg and owner Colebrook Farms. Number 8 is Would Be Wild. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Stevens Stables Limited. Completing the field is Bruno Schickedanz's Strong Ending. Ishmael Mascara rides for trainer Richard Davis. 5 minutes to post for the long-run thoroughbred retirement stakes. Starting gate has taken position, 1 minute to post for race 7. Late double wagering offered here. Field for race 7 is heading behind the starting gate. It is now post time. $30,000 guaranteed long-run thoroughbred retirement stakes. Co-favorite at 3-1 are number 8 Would Be Wild and 9 Strong Ending. Strong Ending looks to remain undefeated over the border oval. New shooter Vinny Van Gogh with Melanie Pinto to gate 1. Gunzig Stinger and Pierre Mailhot. Jack Beanstalk and Chris Husbands to gate 3. Chairman Bob and Michael David. Mobilizer and Kirk Johnson. 7 is a Breeze and Brandon Boulanger, gate 6. Alacritus with Deshaun Bino. Would Be Wild and Markley Buchanan will be the next to go up, now down to 2-1. 5-2 on Alacritus. Strong Ending up to 4-1. Would Be Wild goes in. Strong Ending and Ishmael Mascara complete the line. All set for the long-run thoroughbred retirement stakes. Strong Ending is backed out. Now goes in. All set. And they're off. Alacritus out best, slow where 7 is a Breeze and Chairman Bob. Up the rail, here comes Vinny Van Gogh to put the pressure on Alacritus and Would Be Wild 3 deep. It's a stack of 3 next. Jack Beanstalk, Mobilizer, and along the rail, Gunzig Stinger. Strong Ending is racing from 7th out in the middle of the track. A gap of 7 lengths back to Chairman Bob, and the trailer is 7 is a Breeze. They race into the turn. It's a clustered pace. Alacritus and Would Be Wild duel past a quarter in 22 and 1. Vinny Van Gogh is taken back into third. Into fourth is Strong Ending on the outside. Gunzig Stinger and Mobilizer race as a pair. Jack Beanstalk backs out. Chairman Bob, and here comes 7 as a breeze winding up from the back. A quarter of a mile to go, and Alacritus is shaken clear as Would Be Wild calls it quits. Into second, Strong Ending and Vinny Van Gogh as they turn for home. It's Alacritus on top. Strong Ending trying to keep his undefeated Fort Erie record going, but he still has 4 lengths to make up on Alacritus, who's just powering home. It's Alacritus and Deshaun Bino, a no doubt about it winner. Much the best. Alacritus on top. Strong Ending second, then Vinny Van Gogh and Jack Beanstalk, 104 and 2. Unofficial in race 7, the winner is number 7, Alacritus. Number 9, Strong Ending second. Third was number 1, Vinny Van Gogh. And fourth, number 3, Jack Beanstalk. Unofficial race 7 order is 7-9-1-3. Kevin Buttigieg and Colebrook Farms, currently the kings of the cups at Fort Erie. They've won 2 out of 4 cup stakes thus far in the meet, as Alacritus romps in the long-run thoroughbred retirement. And now crossing the turf course into the infield stakes winner's circle, the unofficial winner of the long-run thoroughbred retirement stakes, Alacritus. An 8-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Nonios out of She's the Real Deal. Alacritus is a homebred here in Ontario for the Colebrook Farms. An absolute trouncing under rider Deshaun Bino, trained by Kevin Buttigieg. Alacritus earns his 11th win in 49 starts, his second at the meet, and third of 2023, completing the 5 1/2 furlongs in a time of 104 and 2. Trophy presentation being made by Long Run's Vicky Pappas and MPP Wayne Gates. Race 7 is now official. Alacritus, 660 to win, 350 and 270. Number 9, Strong Ending, 480 and 350. And number 1, Vinny Van Gogh, 440. Your $2 exacta, 79, 3140. $1 try, 791, 73.95. $1 super, 7913, $353.15. $2 double, a pair of sevens, $141.20. And the $1 pick three, $325.95. And we're going to pass it down to Ashley Mayu, who's on the winner's circle with the winning connections of Alacritus.
Thanks, Doug. We saw one heck of a performance in the long run retirement stakes from the number 7 Alacritus. We'll start with his rider, Deshaun Bino. Deshaun, you rode this horse here just a couple weeks ago. He had to really work for it, but today made it look easy.
He's a really nice horse. He's very fit. Kevin and the other connections did a very good job with him, and I'm just excited.
He's obviously speedy out of the gate, but not necessarily all the time. There's a lot of pace in there. Was it always your kind of idea to get forwardly placed early on?
Well, yeah. The past races I watched with him, the dirt, and I think it was Mahoney where he was running. He doesn't like it at all. So my goal was just to keep him clear. He has a lot of speed. I was also watching the 9, but I just kept him out of bit and dropped him in the turn. The guys on the rail wasn't that fast, so yeah, I just rated the race by the gate. Yeah.
It's been an awesome year for you so far. You've brought in, I think, a $60 winner up at Woodbine, and now to get a stakes race here must feel good.
Yeah, it really is. I'm very thankful for the opportunity. I'm very thankful, honestly. It's been a long journey.
Awesome. Congratulations, Deshaun.
Thank you so much.
All right. So now I'm joined by trainer Kevin Buttigieg, who I think we've been here already so far this season. Not even just a month ago. One more ring, got a cup race, was able to break the maiden, won here last week. Now another cup win with Alacritus. It seems like you and Sarah have been really high on this horse. Were you expecting that big of an effort today?
Come out of his last race pretty sharp, more than he usually is. You know, he's usually a very quiet horse, but he's been on his toes since his last one.
And this is 5.5 today. Can you see him kind of maybe going a little further as the season progresses, or are you going to stay around here?
He can go anything one turn.
Yeah, so you'll have options. We'll kind of maybe look to the Bob Summers and things, right?
Hopefully.
Awesome. Congratulations, Kevin. You're off to a red hot start here at the meet. Keep it up.
Thank you. Happy Father's Day, John, and my father.
Race 8 closes out the Father's Day action. Overweight on the number 2, Diamond Heist, 6 pounds over at 124. Number 5, Bust a Groove, 2 over at 120. Number 6, First Round, correct the weight to 113 pounds with a single bug. Number 7, Witches Not, 1 pound over at 121. And number 10, Prince for a Day, 1 pound over at 121. Stewart Scratch also eligible is 11 and 12. Race 8 has the Jackpot High 5, carryover, Just shy of $16,000. We have 16 minutes to post.
It's been a beautiful day of racing here at Fort Erie Racetrack on this Father's Day Sunday program. But we have one race left here. We round things out here on the turf at about 7 furlongs with a maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds and upward. It's a really big field of 10. The 11 and 12 are the also eligibles. We'll wait to see them another day. So still a huge field nonetheless. An interesting race. We have a couple first-time starters. We have a couple horses trying the turf for the first time, and others just making that first start off the layoff. And I'm going to start with the number 5 in here. This is Bust a Groove. Border Run Racing Stable. They're on site today to watch this colt race. He's been impressive, actually, in his 2 starts so far. I know last time out he was beaten by 8 lengths, but looking at the trips that he's gotten in them, he's had to go wide. He's had to make early moves, and I thought, on debut, he looked really good. I mean, he kind of split that field of 10 mid-pack early on and made a late run. He was beaten by less than 2 lengths in the end. He's going to come here. He's going to try the turf, and he's going to stretch out. And when you look at the debut performance, you would think maybe going around 2 turns and stretching out would help his chances. And looking at his works in between those 2 starts, he was working well. So interesting to see him here. First off the claim for Roy Augustino's had a great start to the 2023 season. Another horse I'll mention is the number 8, Wilberforce. He's one of the few first-time starters in this field. And when you look at the pedigree, Kitten's Joy, you have to think turf. And even on the bottom side, Amaze Me Grace is a daughter of Stormy Atlantic. I think the turf's really going to shine through here. His connections picked him up this year for $5,500. And looking at him, he's been schooling here. I've seen him a couple of times here during race days prior to today, just kind of taking in the sights, and he's schooled very nicely. I think he's built like a turf horse. And it's nice to see Chris Husbands riding for the outfit. Just looking at them, they've teamed up a few times, and they've had a lot of success. Chris Husbands right now at the top of the jock standings here for the meet. So I thought this one was very intriguing. And then from there, the number 3 is trained by Julie Mathis. Aaron Wash sold that. This is a horse that was 5th in that Sprint into Summer Cup back on opening day. Now, that was on the dirt. This horse had some trouble out of the gate, but did make a really nice late run in there to finish 5th, beaten by less than 6 lengths. I mentioned one more ring. The Kevin Buttigieg trainee came back to win here last week, I should say, here in an allowance level non-winners of 2 lifetimes. So I'm just curious to see this one. Melanie Pinto, Julie Mathis, always a duo to watch here when teaming up at Fort Erie. But it's an interesting group here. There's not a ton of turf pedigrees. There's a couple horses that are feeling good. Another first-time starter, Diamond Heist, who I had to say really looks beautiful. A son of Danish Dynaformer, but he's on his toes. He's feeling good. Good energy from the crowd today. So thank you to everyone that joined us on site here for Father's Day. We hope you have a great rest of your day, and hopefully you can cash some tickets here in the nightcap. Best of luck.
Field for today's 8th and final race is making their way on track. Race 8 is a maiden allowance race for 3-year-olds and up, going about 7 furlongs over the turf course. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. That carryover amount is $15,908. Full field of 10 set to go over the turf course. Race 8 post parade, number 1 is Gus's Gamble. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Ken Albu and owner Six Brothers Stable. 2 is Diamond Heist. Ishmael Mosquera rides for trainer Pierre Crete and owner Charlie Brown. 3 is Einwacher Soldat. Melanie Pinto rides for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Dale Powell owns and trains the 4, Street Max. The rider is Jodine Anderson. Number 5 is Busta Groove. Mark Lee Buchanan rides for trainer Roy Agostino and owner Born to Run Stable. 6 is First Round. Rachel Slavinsky rides for trainer Joe Humber and owner Centennial Farms Niagara Incorporated. Michael Bennett owns and trains the 7, Which Is Not. The rider is Michael David. Number 8 is Wilberforce. Chris Husbands rides for owner-trainer Sharon Chicato. Still waiting on the 8 in the paddock. Number 9 is Katrin. Lenny Seacheran pilots for trainer Joe Humber and owner MM Racing Stables. Number 10 is Prince for a Day. Larry Munoz rides for owner-trainer Cindy Musto. And on screen now is Wilberforce. Jackpot high five wagering offered here in race 8. We're on the turf. You've got a few minutes left to get your wagers in. Field for race 8 is crossing onto the turf course. Starting gate is in position. Not much time left to get your race 8 wagers in. Jackpot high five offered here. Field for the nightcap is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 10 maidens set to go a lap of the turf course here. 9 to 5 on the 5. Bust a groove. This is a wide open dash. First to go up is Gus's Gamble with Kirk Johnson. Gus's Gamble reluctant behind the gate. Currently at 7 to 2. Also at 7 to 2 is number 3, Einwacher Soldat. Gus's Gamble goes in. First time starter Diamond Heist and Ishmael Mascara have gate 2. Einwacher Soldat and Melanie Pinto in the colors of Bruno Schickedan's gate 3. Street Max and Jodine Anderson. Street Max goes up. Not quite. Still waiting on Street Max. They can get Street Max in, they just can't keep him in. He backs out again. Street Max still proving difficult at the starting gate. They're going to open the fronts of the gate for Street Max. And they've now got Street Max in. Next to go up is Bust a Groove off the claim. Markley Buchanan aboard. Currently co-favored at 5-2. Bust a Groove steps in. First round, Rachel Slavinsky, Joe Humber, and Centennial Farms looking to bookend the card. First round goes in. Bust a Groove a little fractious in the gate. Gate 7 for Witches Not and Michael David. First-timer Wilberforce and Chris Husbands to post 8. Katrin and Lenny Seacheran will come to gate 9. Katrin goes in, and the gray, Prince for a Day and Larry Munoz, will complete the field. All set for the nightcap. And they're off. Bust a Groove out slowly with Einvaher sold at. Gus's Gamble was out best from the rail. First round is also showing up, and Diamond Heist looking for position, which is not as deep on the track. Out wide, Wilberforce, Street Max racing between horses. The top 5 are about 4 lengths clear of Prince for a Day, who's found the rail. Deep on the track, that is Katrin. Then along the rail, Einvaher sold at, and the trailer is Bust a Groove. This field is spread out by about 12 lengths as they race into the backstretch. It is Gus's Gamble on a 2-length lead, racing the opening quarter in 23 and 4. Second is First Round. Third on the outside is Witches Not. Here comes Prince for a Day. He's angled to the outside, making a big rush into contention, passing Wilberforce. Along the rail, Diamond Heist to his outside, Street Max. Then at the back, we have Einvaher sold at and Bust a Groove with Katrin. Into the far turn they go. Gus's Gamble is now being hounded by Prince for a Day. These two are head and head, 4 lengths clear of First Round. The half was 48 flat. Fourth on the inside is Diamond Heist. Einvaher sold at, launching a rally. Here comes Bust a Groove deep on the track. Along the rail, Street Max. Quarter of a mile to go. Gus's Gamble is shaken clear of Prince for a Day. Diamond Heist in First Round try to rally. Einvaher sold at is 5th. Gus's Gamble is up by 2. Prince for a Day begins to stagger. First-time starter Diamond Heist is rallying down the outside. Gus's Gamble still maintains a 2-length lead. Prince for a Day, Diamond Heist up the fences, Street Max, but it is Gus's Gamble and Kirk Johnson. Diamond Heist, one last surge. They're coming down to the wire. Gus's Gamble, Diamond Heist, Gus's Gamble, Diamond Heist. Gus's Gamble holds on. Diamond Heist, and then a photo for show between Street Max and Einwacher sold at 128 and 2. Photo finish in the nightcap. In the photo, number 1, Gus's Gamble, just holds on over 2, Diamond Heist. Third was 3, Einwacher sold at. Fourth, number 4, Street Max. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the nightcap. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. Unofficial winner of race 8, number 1, Gus's Gamble, is now returning to the winner's circle. A 4-year-old bay gelding by Gamble's Exchange out of Trepos. Gus's Gamble goes wire to wire in his turf debut under Kirk Johnson. That is a riding double for Johnson. Bred here in Ontario by Gus Diakuklos. Trained by Ken Albu for owner Six Brothers Stable. Gus's Gamble breaks the maiden in attempt number 8, wire to wire, completing the about 7 furlongs on the turf in 1:28 and 2. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. Race 8 is now official. Prices are up. Gus's Gamble, $6.50, $4 and $2.90. Diamond Heist, $9.30 to place, $5.60. And Einwacher sold at $4. $2 Exacta, 1-2, $48.90. The $1 Try, 1, 2, 3, $106.45. $1 Super, 1, 2, 3, 4, $313.80. In for fifth in the jackpot high five was Prince for a Day, the 10. Multiple winning tickets for $1 returns $1,363.40. The carryover into next Monday's card, Monday the 26th, carryover in the jackpot high five will be $18,613.59. $2 double, 7-1, $34.90. The $1 pick 3, $215.60. $1 late pick 4, $1,166.45. And for 20 cents, the late pick 5 returned $1,520.60. Win photo for race 8 is on screen now. Gus's Gamble ahead down over Diamond Heist. Jackpot high five continues to build when we come back on Monday the 26th. The carryover will be $18,613.59. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for info about everything Fort Erie, live racing streaming, and video replays. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about the track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. Racing is back on Monday, June 26th and Tuesday, June 27th. We'll be back to our standard 4:30 post time. And as a reminder, there will be no races tomorrow or Tuesday this week. We are off tomorrow and Tuesday. The Summer Concert Series is back. Our next free concert after the races will be on Tuesday, June 27th, featuring The Trip. The dog races are coming back to Fort Erie this summer. The Wiener Dogs will be here on Sunday, July the 16th. Basset Hound races will be on Sunday, August 13th. Be sure to save the date. The 88th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will be on Tuesday, September 12th. Tune into your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10 p.m. So that concludes the Father's Day action here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We had a terrific crowd on site, and we want to thank everybody who came out to join us today. Wagering was strong. Beautiful day to be at the racetrack, and we hope everybody enjoyed themselves. We will be back next Monday. We hope you all can make it back. Everybody have a lovely Sunday night and a terrific rest of your week. We'll see you next Monday.